Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black business. I am Black business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing Black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, Black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those three communities, especially Black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a Black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were three groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
I'd like you to imagine with me, if you will, opening an app where you can collaborate with like-minded individuals from around the world, get inspiration and in-app tools to launch and grow your business, as well as share your knowledge and earn compensation, all in one app. Well, the name of that app is Truso, short for Truly Social. Hi, I'm Matthew Newman, the founder and CEO of Truso. A new concept in social media, Truso is designed from the ground up to be a platform that's both social and empowering for all its users. How exactly do we do that? I'm glad you asked. First, Truso brings the world together via video. Psychologists assert that video provides a significantly more effective connection than audio only. When you enter a community on Truso, you're face to face. Second, on Truso, you don't have to have 1 million followers to monetize. Our business model allows all hosts and moderators to monetize, no matter the size of your following, by 1, producing fee-based content, and 2, inviting others to join the platform as subscribers. Even more, Truso has an in-app resource library with over 100 free resources, forms, and documents to help you build your brand and grow your business. Third, Truso is inclusive. The deaf and hard of hearing communities make up 360 million people worldwide. Unlike audio-only apps, Truso embraces this community, providing a networking platform that allows them to participate via video and closed captioning. We even have a deaf and hard of hearing foundation in the works as well. Fourth, Truso is both social and safe. We refer to Truso as a virtual extension of the beauty shop, barbershop, and brainchild of the community. A place where there's laughter, along with wisdom, growth-oriented conversation, and genuine connections in a safe space. Truso even has proprietary security to ensure we maintain a safe environment for everyone. Where are we at now? Truso is live, y'all. We've launched in beta and we're acquiring users daily. We have an incredible development and marketing team, plus amazing celebrity influencers at the table, helping us spread the word around the globe, beginning within the African diaspora and beyond by creating a safe space for growth, connection, and collaboration. We're truly excited about Truso. We've created something special for which there is a global market. And we invite you to embark on this journey with us as a shareholder. The future for Truso is truly bright. Join us and let's go there together.
Five-Star BDM, Brand Development Masters, is a professional consulting and advisory group keenly focused on business development services for the small to mid-sized business and entrepreneurs. Although every business is unique, they often share business development challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. Services include process improvement and operations, digital strategy and transformation, business intelligence, digital marketing, and personal branding. Our business and personal branding company has helped a number of professionals and organizations to optimize and grow. This results in more business, more opportunities, better reach, positive outcomes. Visit www.5starbdm.com today to learn more.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish,
Goldie,
dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, everyone. I would like to introduce myself. My name is Carla Allen, and I would like to share with you.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City, USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you. Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Great day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Carla Allen, and I am your business moderator for this afternoon. The Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We've had speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our keynote speaker for today will be myself, Carla Allen. And I would like to just talk about how I came about my ebook, which is titled Release, Replenish, Rejuvenate. I'm originally from Norfolk, Virginia. I was raised in Baltimore, Maryland. I am an author, a speaker, a coach, a fitness coach. I'm in the fitness industry, and I have a passion for just sharing my message all around the world. I have always known that I was destined for greatness and that I have what it takes to become a better version of myself. I know I'm not the only one who thinks this. The truth is, we all can become better versions of ourselves. The question is, do you believe you can? You see, life happens to us all. but we must continue to find ways to keep going and showing up even when we don't want to. You see, my greatest challenges was doubting my belief and believing my doubts. Once I became aware of my thoughts and realized I needed to awaken that sleeping giant within, I knew that it was time to release, replenish, rejuvenate. What is release, replenish, rejuvenate? Great question. It is a state of awareness that I created for myself to help me release what was no longer serving me. Replenish and then replenish, with a new way of thinking, and rejuvenate to restore, to give energy to that new me. Give energy to the new way of thinking. So I would like to share with you all within hopes of encouraging you to become a better version of yourself. As I stated earlier, I was born in Norfolk, Virginia, and I moved to Baltimore, Maryland as a little girl. I lived in Baltimore during the times when drugs was really the first thing smoking, really first thing smoking on the street. Both of my parents were on drugs heavy, and I experienced a lot of negativity, from being involved in drug raids, for being held at gunpoint, to even foster care. As a little child, I felt ashamed, unwanted, and very doubtful of my abilities to become anything that I put my mind to. In spite of how I felt, I always heard this voice, "You can," which later inspired me to write my first speech titled, "You Can." My parents eventually relocated my siblings and I to York, Pennsylvania for a better life and to get themselves together and to become better parents for their children. There was still a lot of damage and a lot of wounds, and I filled those wounds with becoming a teenage mother at 16. I was a baby having a baby. But my daughter changed my life, and she showed me what true love really felt like. As a young teenage mother, I dealt with a lot of naysayers, but I was determined to graduate from high school on time, and I did. And I was determined to have a better life for my daughter. I went through my teens, my 20s and my 30s with a lot of self-doubt, lack of confidence, I was even though I was growing up in life, I felt like something was holding me back. Even though I was achieving things and reaching goals, I just felt like something was holding me back. And it was my own thoughts, the stories I would tell myself, and all of the feelings and emotions I felt as a child. I carried them into my adulthood unconsciously. Fast forward to 2020 is when I realized I needed to tell my story and help other people realize that we carry feelings and emotions as a child into our adulthood unconsciously. And if you're not aware, that is the key, to be aware. If you're not aware, that is how I came up with release, replenish, rejuvenate. That was how it was birthed. At that point, I understood I had to let go of that inner child who felt ashamed, unwanted, and doubtful. I had to release that negative thinking and create a new way of thinking. I had to find ways to remove all of them with new seeds. I had to plant my mind with new seeds. I had to find a way to rebuild my mental strength. What is mental strength? Mental strength is the capacity of an individual to deal effectively with stress, pressures, and challenges, and to perform to the best of their ability, despite of the circumstances in which they may face. You see, everything starts with the mind before it goes into other parts of the body. It's so important to nurture your mind as you continue to grow and to move forward. You have to think of your mind as a garden, and you have to plant good seeds in your garden. You have to pluck out the old, old stories you told yourself and plant new seeds to continue to move forward in life. Continue to be aware of your daily thoughts. Be intentional and speak life over your life. Claim what you want, not what you don't want. Don't claim what you don't want. Let go of what is no longer serving you. I have some techniques that I would like to share with you all. I have 3 techniques actually that I do daily to help me build my mental strength. And number 1 is to flush out the bad thoughts. When a negative thought come into my mind, I automatically speak life over my life. But in order for you to be able to do that, you have to become aware of your thoughts. You have to become aware of the things that you're telling yourself. Because if you're not aware, you will continue to have those thoughts, and you won't find an option to change that. You won't be able to change that thinking pattern. You'll stay stuck in the same thinking pattern. So awareness is so important when you're building your mental strength and when you are in the state of awareness. Automatically speak life over your life. Quickly tell yourself, cancel, delete. As soon as you get a negative thought in your mind, cancel, delete. That is what I do. That's a technique that helps me overpower the negative thoughts with positive thoughts. There's power in the tongue, so speak life over your life. Number 2, be cautious of what you're listening to. Be cautious of what you're watching. What goes into your ear goes into your heart. So be careful of what you're listening to. Be careful who you're listening to. And be careful who is speaking life into you. And be careful of what you're watching, because what you see also goes into your heart as well. You want to feed your mind with the right music and right inspiration. You want to put yourself where you see yourself. You want to surround yourself with like-minded people, to put yourself in an atmosphere. Put yourself in an atmosphere where you see your future self going. Keep yourself in that atmosphere. Number 3 is to quiet your mind. How do I quiet my mind? I quiet my mind with meditation. I had to learn how to do this. This was not easy for me. Okay, especially if you're not used to meditating and you're not used to quieting your mind, because as a busy mom, as busy dads out there, as busy parents, period, first thing we get up in the morning, we are on the go. So it's so hard to quiet your mind. It's so hard to even think about putting yourself in that state to be quiet. So you have to learn how to quiet your mind. I myself started meditation, and I started out with just 2 minutes, and I gradually increased. I said, okay, let me see if I can do 2 minutes of quieting my mind. I'm not thinking about what I'm cooking. I'm not thinking about I got to run to the store later. I'm not thinking about what I'm cooking, what I'm eating for lunch. I'm just straight quieting my mind. Quieting my mind. And I learned how to do that for 2 minutes. And then once I mastered that, I increased it to 5 minutes and so forth. So you have to learn techniques that's going to help quiet your mind. It's going to relax you and quiet your mind. And meditation for me has absolutely been a game changer for me, a game changer. It took time. And it's going to take time because it's new. It's something that your mind is not used to doing, especially if you're an overthinker. It's something that your mind is not used to doing. So you have to reprogram your mind, and you have to train yourself to get to that point. And if you train yourself, and if you're dedicated to doing it, you will come to a point where quieting your mind comes natural to you because you have been practicing quieting your mind. And as I stated earlier, it wasn't easy, and it wasn't always the case for me, but I love it now and I enjoy it. And meditation helps me to recalibrate and recalculate my day and leave yesterday and focus my mind on today. I've never practiced or showed interest in these 3 simple techniques that I just shared with you all. But as soon as I realized that I needed to change my perspective to grow, I was driven to do so. I changed into a person who would do whatever it takes to improve my mental strength. That is how bad I wanted it. That is how bad I knew I needed to grow and change the way I thought. To realize your full potential in life, you must be prepared to take on challenges that others won't. A man is what he thinks, his character being the complete sum of all his thoughts. That is a quote by James Allen. Mental strength is not about being big head or bad or know it all or being self-centered. It's about being self-aware and confident in your skin. It's about knowing and having the inner strength to not give up and being positive enough to prevail even when the odds are stacked against you. Affirmations is another strategy for me that I use to release old thoughts and create new ones. This was another new technique for me that I had to learn. I had to learn that I couldn't just say the affirmation. I really had to feel the affirmation with all my might and know whatever I thought about, I bring about, and think about it with deep emotion, and know that if I think about it with deep emotions, that it will suddenly appear. Here's one of my favorite affirmations that I speak every morning. I am bold, sophisticated, persistent, and dynamic. And successful people are seeking me daily. That is my favorite go-to. And when I started saying that affirmation, it felt really weird to me because I didn't believe that. That is something that I had to reprogram my mind into thinking and knowing and believing it about myself. And that's the thing, when you start saying affirmations or incantations is another way of saying affirmations as well, but you're really like saying it with deep emotions and you're really giving it your all. You're not just saying a word, like every single word, you're saying it with emotions, you're feeling it, you're seeing it. And that's the difference between affirmations and incantations. Affirmations, you're saying them, but incantations, you're really, really feeling it with deep emotions. So I say the affirmations, but I know in the back of my mind that I'm saying it with deep emotions. I'm picturing it. I'm telling myself this to believe, and I have to get it embedded in my brain because this is a new way of thinking. And when you start having new ways of thinking, your old thoughts come in to say you're not good enough, or you can't achieve that, or you can't do that. So you have to constantly tell yourself these things and speak life into your own life. If you don't even have no one to speak it into you, you speak it into yourself. Speak life into your own life and say it as many times as you have to for you to believe it. For you, it's for you to build your self-confidence, to rebuild and rebrand you, right? To rebuild you all over again, especially your mind. Everything starts in the mind. So we're rebuilding our mind, we're rebuilding our confidence, and we're doing that by telling ourselves even things that we don't believe, but we still say it because that one day you will be that person. That one day you will be that new version that you're seeking after, and you will no longer have to feel like what you're saying is like imposter syndrome, right? You're feeling that imposter syndrome, like I'm really not this, but you are. So say it as many times as you have to for you to believe it. Here's another one. My thoughts are positive. I express myself truthfully and clearly. I am a powerful life transformer. I am brilliant and bright and a radiant being of light. I am an outstanding peak performer. I am tremendously successful and I always achieve my goals. I say it with deep emotions and picture every word. And then I start working on myself and my dreams, and I take actions to make my dreams into reality. An example of that is finishing my first ebook that I just told you all about, which is titled Release, Replenish, Rejuvenate. That was a project that I had put to the back burner for so long, for about a year, till I finally released it back in 2021. And it was something that once again, story that I told myself, I can't do this. I'm not going to be able to get this done. But everything that was needed in that ebook was already within me. And all I had to do was bring it out. And that right there showed me that if I could do that, I can do anything, anything. And that's one of my favorite, very most completed projects that I am absolutely proud of. So completing that ebook is definitely an example of something that I achieved, and I knew that I wanted to achieve it, but I just didn't believe that I could, and I did. So even if you don't believe it right now, keep saying it with deep emotions. Now that you have some strategies to help you release your negative thoughts, now let's replenish. So the process of releasing is basically releasing the inner child, as I stated, because we have emotions and feelings and feeling of unwanted, feeling of not feeling good enough, not loved, all that, and you're carrying that into your adulthood, and you have to realize that where it came from, and it came from you as a child. Because see, when we were born with a blank mind. Then when we got put into environments that we were put into, especially if it was a bad environment, that's when everything started going into your mind. That's where you picked up thoughts, other people's opinions, and other people's feelings about you. But those other people's opinions and feelings is not who you are. It does not make who you are. And we carry those things unconsciously into our adulthood, how we carry ourselves, how we interact with different people. And if you don't realize it and you aren't aware, you're never going to be able to reach the full potential of who you are. So when you are aware, then you start releasing those things. You release those things. You release the negative thoughts. You release the negative stories that you told yourself. You release all the doubt. You release the feeling of unwanted. You release the feeling that you're not good enough. And when you release that, you have to replenish. So think of replenishing your mind back up with positive ideas, positive thoughts, positive ways to win, to start a new path in life. And that is the process of replenish. You're replenishing yourself. And when I think of the word replenish, I think of a breath of fresh air, especially if you can relate to fighting the battle within, because that's what a battle really is. It's within ourselves. So replenish to fill back up, out with the old and in with the new. I had to do a self-analysis on myself to release and replenish my strategies, and healthy habits came with creating new routines. And one of my daily routines is expressing gratitude. I like to say gratitude kills the attitude. And I believe starting your day off with gratitude is a great way to replenish your mind first thing in the morning. You know, I did a study I found that researchers show that an average person has about 12,000 to 60,000 thoughts a day. That is a lot of thoughts. And that the research showed that 80% were negative thoughts and 95% were the same repetitive thoughts as the day before. That was so mind-blowing to me, because when you go through things and something that you went through yesterday, you're unconsciously not even realizing that you're bringing it right back into the next day. 95% were the same repetitive thoughts as the day before. That is so mind-blowing to me. When I read that and seen the numbers, I was just like, wow, that's mind-blowing. So negative thoughts are like weeds. You can't get rid of them. But what you can do is you can continuously replenish your mind with positive thoughts and ideas. You can reduce them. To successfully overcome negative thoughts, you must maintain a positive mental attitude. And sometimes doing that is hard to do. Trust me. I'm a witness to that. It's definitely hard to do, because negative thoughts, as I mentioned before, are like weeds. And they need to be plucked before they are rooted in other parts of your being. And being focused and having a positive mental attitude go hand in hand in helping you replenish yourself. It also helps to increase your performance and your productivity in both your personal and professional life. Where your focus goes, your energy flows, right? So keep your focus on the positive things, and that's where your energy will flow to. Keep your focus on where you're going, not where you're not going, or not where you are, but where you're going. There are multiple aspects of having a positive mental attitude, and I will explain a few of them and how they can help you replenish yourself. First is determination. Gotta have determination. Determination is one you need to help you replenish, and as you continue to push towards and achieving your goals and changing your mindset, you have to be determined. Once you change your mind, you can change your life. You must be mentally prepared to overcome all obstacles and challenges life presents you. Whatever goals you have set for yourself, continue to push and to make an effort to reach and achieve them. To succeed, you must be determined. Must be determined. Another aspect of having a positive mental attitude is being optimistic. Yes, being optimistic. Being optimistic is the attitude of reflecting hope and confidence about the success of something. When all you have encountered or witnessed are difficulties in life, obstacles, and failures, it can be very difficult to stay hopeful about changing both yourself and your surroundings. Even though it can be challenging to get back up after you fall. One of my favorite quotes from Les Brown: when you fall, try to land on your back, because if you can look up, you can get up. I love that quote, because if you can look up, you can get up. Being an optimistic person does not necessarily mean that you will be happy all the time, because I know I'm not. I'm not happy all the time. Instead, it means that when you go through tough times or you face challenges and hardships, you still have hope, strength to push yourself through those difficulties. You have to have hope. And my acronym for hope is hold on, pain ends. Hold on, pain ends. Replenish is all about maintaining a conscious state of mind, knowing you have what it takes to push through and create a new way of thinking. Taking charge of it. Once you are able to trust yourself, it becomes easier for you to rebuild a self-image. It's easier for you to build a self-image with a more precise understanding of who you are and who you want to be. The last and final process is rejuvenation. That's the process of letting go and doing what is best for your mind, body, and spirit. Rejuvenation is a process of restoring. So you replenish, you felt yourself back up. Now you want to rejuvenate and you want to restore to something new, a new state of mind, and stay in that state of mind. But also be aware, even though we may not be able to restore our minds before the doubt and anxiety, but when you rejuvenate, we can give better energy to new thoughts. That's the goal, giving better energy to new thoughts. For a long time, I gave energy to the wrong thoughts and allow other people's negative energy to affect how I feel. And it took me a while, but I decided I will no longer allow other people's opinions and negative thoughts to affect me or hinder me from becoming my true self. Only you are aware of what it takes to improve yourself. You need to make conscious effort if you want to transform your life. To become a better version of yourself, you need to know when it's time to pivot, release, replenish, rejuvenate. There are different techniques that has helped me in the process of rejuvenate when I'm in a rejuvenation process. And one of these methods is to consistently and constantly refresh my mind by setting a reminder on my phone. This is one of my favorite, for different times a day. For example, I may be in a state of feeling overwhelmed or doubtful. And when my alarm goes off, I had one alarm set for 11:11. I'm reminded to put myself back in that state of gratitude, because your mind shifts throughout the day. It wanders. And that's the whole point of you being aware, so you can bring it back. An alarm helps me to get back into that state of mind. This method allows me to be consciously conscious of my thoughts. You must develop ways to take care of yourself. Self-care is vital. I have two lovely children, and as a mother, You can get caught up with your children. You tend to forget about yourself. I know I had plenty of times. At last, that's what I've done. At least that's what you can do, is take care of yourself. Take time for yourself. It took me some time to realize that it was okay to take my time, me time. One of my favorite self routines is meditation. Exercise is another thing that I like to do. I love to exercise. In addition to helping, it helps with weight management. Exercise just makes me feel youthful. Daily exercise makes you, it lessens your stress, and your brain receives positive signals, which in turn make you happier. And eating fruits that contain 90% water in them and drinking a lot of water can also help rejuvenate yourself. So it's very important. The release, replenish, rejuvenate process is a lifelong process that you must continue to be in a state of awareness. And when you are in the process of rejuvenate, you must be aware of when to release and to replenish, to allow the rejuvenation process to help you renew your mind. You must know when to release. You must know when you need to replenish yourself back up. You must know when you're in a rejuvenation state to be aware, to stay in that state, to not go back to those old thinking. Like I stated, negative thoughts are like weeds. You can't get rid of them, but you have to overpower them with positive self-talk, positive things that's going to get you moving and to protect your mind so you won't slip back into the toxic cycle. You won't slip back into the toxic cycle. When you rejuvenate yourself, you let go of everything that once held your mind captive. That is the whole point of being in that state of awareness. You're now in a state of total awareness where you can rebuild yourself, your thoughts, and plant new seeds in your garden so you can flourish. And as a result of letting go, you begin to implement and apply new strategies and techniques that are going to help you become the better version of yourself. You need to let go of everything that was holding you back. The process of rejuvenation allows you to observe your thoughts, identify how you feel, and make changes to yourself, right? Move accordingly in which you are aligned. Elevate and rejuvenate yourself unapologetically. That is my talk for today, guys. I hope you are aware of the process of release, replenish, rejuvenate. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to school or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpo.com to donate the scholarship fund or to use the Cash App that's on the screen that says, the Cash App, is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpo.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for March 2024, NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Today Sold, Lotus Ritchie Coaches and Training, The Hello LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith, LLC, Margie McLean, Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM Media, Earth Essentials, Maylene Shania Global, Executive Woman Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business,
strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle, with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being, with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dreams from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Great day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Carla Allen. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our first speaker is Dr. Seth Audrey. Dr. Audrey is the founder and CEO of Zeno versus Wellness Group, Inc., a global wellness organization formed to deliver wellness 1 week at a time. Through its media spa, Tills TM, strategically located across the Caribbean, United Kingdom, France, and Africa. Current locations are in Jamaica, with UK and African markets opening soon. Her firm is also in the farming space, offering food as medicine perishables, non-perishable meal kits, tick cultures, and tonic supporting the various wellness protocols. Dr. Audrey co-founded her wellness and delivery model as WAAS/S wellness as a service solution. Zeno versus Wellness Group is a timely concept that was initially conceived with Audrey with just 14 years young. She imagined a wellness center. Later, while working in the hospitality industry for the Claremont Resort Hotel, she was on the marketing team when they rebranded the property after investing over $1 million to launch what was then a new concept, spas at hotels. Dr. Audrey made a social impact commitment to train and develop 1 million entrepreneurs and farmers to participate in the ecosystem by providing access to capital, capacity, and customer markets for emerging entrepreneurs with the desire to create sustainable business ventures. She has launched her first initiative, www.organicfarmersglobal.com, where she is beginning to identify farmers globally. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Hi.
Hello.
How you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm excited to be with you this afternoon or early evening, depending upon where you are and when you're tuning in.
Yes, I am in North Carolina, so I'm super excited to hear from you and let you speak to the people. And genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Well, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Black Business Olympics. Everyone, thank you so much. I'm Dr. Stephanie Ardrey, and I'm so happy to share some time with you today. Let me tell you, if today is really, really an exciting time. Listen, if we look at the calendar, it's the last weekend of March, right? But April usually begins for most people their worry about what? Taxes. Taxes are due in the US. April 15th, if you're a business owner, you might be filing an extension to extend those taxes. And what are you paying taxes on? You're paying taxes on your business earnings, right? Or your personal earnings, right? Yeah. So let's talk about some real things. But before we jump into some real things, sometimes I noticed recently I've been watching all of the different social media posts. And it's a little bit overwhelming because, every day you see somebody, a new expert, right? Everybody's an expert. And again, we all have our experiences and journeys. But I think it's important to be able to qualify who your experts are and how it is you can glean certain information from them. So I'm going to give you a few highlights of my career so that you can kind of understand where my expertise lies and why I think it's so beneficial for you. So as was shared early in my career, so I'm what they call a serial entrepreneur, kind of before that was a thing to be and do. I was playing business because it was something that I was curious about as young as 9 years old. And it was about that time that I set a clear intention about what I wanted to be and do. All right. Kind of was funny. I was in my room, only child, and my mother had been exposed to, she done Mary Kay, she commercial real estate, residential real estate. And so what she had were these forms. And I don't know why I had a thing for forms, but I had a thing for forms. So I had all of her forms. I had my Monopoly money. My dolls were my customers. And trust me, you see books behind me. This is not even a fraction of the books. I was carrying books in my little pocketbook from the time I was about 3 years old as I traversed around my grandmother, right? Traveled around with my grandmother. I always had a pocketbook and a book. But at this particular time, I had perfected my business practice, and we'd gone out on a weekend and I noticed that stores all had credit card applications. And I realized, aha, my business needs credit card applications. So I came home, intent to create some credit cards, and I took index cards and I carefully copied each logo. And then I said, this is just not it. So I went and found photo album refills that my mother had that I carefully cut and used to cover each of those index cards. And then I took a straight pen and pin pricked every letter and number. I know I'm aging myself now because in the good old days, it wasn't instantly digitized, but you would get an imprint. And that was how the store processed the credit card receipt, is they got an imprint of that credit card and they put that in the cash register and they turned that into the bank. And that's then how they received the funds from that transaction. Anyway, it was right about the moment that I had perfected my credit cards that my mother entered my bedroom with a high-pitched, "What are you doing?" And I'm thinking real fast, uh-oh, sounds like I better have the right answer, because the wrong answer, I'm going to be in trouble. And I knew it was about those photo album refills that I had no business cutting up. So I took a breath and I said, "Mommy, I know what I'm going to be." And so she kind of looked at me. She let out a little bit of a nervous laugh. I didn't realize it, but she's thinking, if you're counterfeiting credit cards now, are you about to tell me you're going to counterfeit money next? It was like, wait for it, wait for it. But my response was, "Mommy, I see myself. I'm going to be an international business tycoon." And she says, "Tell me more." And so it was at that moment that I had a clear vision in my mind. I said, "I see myself. I'm in the boardroom. Everyone's paying attention. I'm wearing a navy blue pinstripe suit. The San Francisco Bay Bridge is out the window." And she was like, "Wow," just all of these details. And of course, I'm 9. Didn't think about that story again until I was 22 and I was being interviewed for a television show. But talk about the power of words and intention. I was being interviewed and the interviewer asked me, "So when did you first know that you wanted to be an entrepreneur?" And I said, I think it was probably really, I was playing business, but I think I really said it when I was 9. And also at that time, I knew that the then wealthiest man in the world was a Middle Eastern deal maker. Funny thing, funny fact, right? So at the moment, as I'm telling this story and I'm kind of, thinking about it, believe it or not, guess what? My office was in Preservation Park. Out the window was the San Francisco Bay Bridge. And it was at that moment that I realized that not only had I accomplished the first part of that vision, but it was time to expand. And from there, that's when I went about the course of expanding my company, my then at that time marketing communications company, and to becoming a full-fledged advertising and marketing communications company. But I wouldn't have taken on that expansion if I didn't, one, have a vision about what the business should be, look, and feel like. And more importantly, if I wasn't clear on who I felt my customers would be. And so that's what I want to talk to you about today, is there is an enormous amount of resources out in the marketplace. And I think that a lot of entrepreneurs are missing those opportunities, not on purpose, but just because they're not exactly prepared, because they're not exactly sure how to effectively prepare. So what I want to talk about are what I think are kind of 5 things that might be missing along your entrepreneurial journey, and where at least beginning to, one, reflect on and explore if any of these things that I'm suggesting are accurate for you, where you might make a course correction so that you can take advantage of the abundance of opportunities. Because what you have to realize is opportunities that are presented sometimes are like a pendulum. One particular demographic is in vogue at a time, and plenty of opportunities are pushed that way. And if you don't take advantage of those opportunities, next thing you know, those opportunities shift to the next demographic, and you may find yourself cut out, or those opportunities become far and few in between. These are kinds of how some of the programs that are designed, that are aimed at helping businesses establish themselves, tend to happen. And sadly, sometimes programs are discontinued because of lack of proper engagement. So I said I was going to give you a few more highlights about me and the journey. And then from there, we'll talk about, these things that I've seen. I'll tell you where I saw those things. So that first business, before I was in Preservation Park, was a business that I launched. I started it in my mother's garage. I had my first business at 18. And then by 20, because I remember I wasn't legal yet. So 2021, I became involved with this organization in Oakland called it was originally the East Oakland Youth Development Corporation, and then Oakland Youth Corporation, and then, yes, Youth Entrepreneurial Services, where young people were considered those under 30 that wanted to find ways to create opportunities for themselves. They could take their hobbies and really turn them into a business. And this is important because a lot of times people say, oh, I want to start a business. But they start by initially exploring a hobby or sort of a side interest, which is fine and great if that's how you begin. It becomes problematic if that's how you continue. And I'll also tell you why I believe that that's problematic if it is that you continue down that path. So when it is that I, started this initial business, I began to get information about what was an emerging market opportunity. So several things that have been true about me is that I'm a visionary and I tend to see market opportunities before those market opportunities have been fully fleshed and defined. But what I had was kind of being a math and science. And then my mom helped to make me a communications scholar as a student. I began to look at things that I could quantify. I was quantifying things before we were even able to utilize technology. I remember in high school, I took a summer class in microcomputer electronics at UC Berkeley, where I was helping to, I was building computers and learning coding. And it was then that I decided, based on who my peer group was, that I didn't want to be in the same place with all the smelly guys, but that I was going to use my tech mind and actually be a bit of a liaison between the technology and the business execution side of things. And I remember later in my early career when I was working for Esprit de Corps, and I was in the kids division. And every year we would be preparing for the new line, and I would have to work with one of the technical team members, and we would build the database from scratch that would incorporate what the kids line would consist of, and all of the units and all of the stylings and all of those stuff. So I have a technical mind that I've been using for a long time. And also in college, it was clear that I was a bit of a numbers whiz. So, I always say I've been a closet bean counter and techie, right? Which has been very helpful because traditionally, it's presumed that in the marketing function of an organization, that the marketing teams are developing the strategies about how they're allocating resources. So they're kind of spending money to invest in establishing that business in a marketplace. So what happened is when I began to move into my marketing communications company, what I realized was that there was an opportunity because several Fortune 500 companies that in the past, mainly companies that had spirits products, they had just become restricted from advertising many of those products on television and other medium. And so they began to look for other ways to expose their brands and to introduce their brands through sampling and other activities to new markets. So one of those companies that was my early client was House of Seagrams. And I remember being blessed where I won the contract and I was dealing with the executive that was assigned for the Northern California market. And he knew that I hadn't quite moved into a physical office yet, but he was kind enough to sort of mentor me because he saw that I was really insightful and I had really great strategies. And more importantly, the brands that he had sent my way to see if I could do something with, brands that they were considering cutting, I actually made them more profitable. This is when I first began tracking the money that I made for organizations. Some of you have known or heard of me being referred to as Dr. Money. And I like to say I earned it And I earned it. I earned it two ways. I earned it through my experiences and I earned it through my credentials. What does that mean? I earned it through my experience because along my journey, I've made sure to keep a spreadsheet and track the financial difference that I've made to organizations, every organization that I've touched. I've kept the financials on how my decisions, my impact, my re-engineering processes, my focus on what were the important things has made a financial bottom line impact on those organizations. And this is critical because when you grow a business, your goal is to increase your top line revenues, but then you have operational costs. So what trickles down to the net income, which is the bottom line, that's what you have after it is that you've satisfied all of your operational expenses. And so it's important if you're going to operate a sustainable business to see where you can create efficiencies. Right now, what you see are a number of tech and other organizations laying off staff. They're reducing their workforce. Why? Because technological advances, AI is able to assist in addressing certain solutions or functions within the organization that typically may have been labor intensive. And the more that AI advances, AI is able to take on some of these rudimentary, as well as because they're learning by information being provided, the AI is advancing and really being able to provide solutions which are allowing organizations to cut expenses. And when an organization is able to cut its labor force, that improvement hits the bottom line. So oftentimes it's a trick. You see a lot of companies close to the end of the year and they'll reduce their workforce going into the new year because they want to show that they've increased their bottom line. Because by increasing their bottom line, especially if they're a publicly traded company, this allows them to see some bump in their share value, right? The shareholders want to see the value. They want to see you operate at a more efficient level. So again, understanding these things and understanding how these things impact your organization as well, are essential, again, to all of the opportunities that are available. So early on, I learned how to solve problems. And primarily, I was solving these problems for Fortune 500s. But I also solved problems for small startups as well as nonprofit organizations. I remember I had a client early on that wanted to be able to, he had certain personal milestones that he wanted to hit. And I basically kind of said, okay, well, what is it going to take? And I literally built a strategy to sort of reverse engineer those outcomes. And I was able to not only hit those outcomes, but to exceed those outcomes. The challenge over the years has been sometimes that I make it seem so easy that people think they can do it on their own or do it without me. Sadly, many find out otherwise, but another story for another day. But anyway, I too realized that in order to grow and expand my business, that I had become a localized business in the marketing communication space, meaning that being based in Oakland, then typical clients that maybe had national accounts, they would look to me for their regional support. And I knew that I wanted to be able to gain larger accounts. So what I did was I created a strategy where I partnered with a few other agencies in a few other markets. So one of those agencies was based out of New York. Another agency was based out of Atlanta. And then it was myself. I was in Oakland. And what I knew to build a bigger presence for myself was the market between the San Francisco Bay Area and the Los Angeles market were different, distinctly different, but there was a significant size advantage of having a presence in Los Angeles as well. So I had set out to expand my business to Los Angeles. With that expansion, that would then allow between myself and my other colleagues us to have 2 California locations, New York and Atlanta. So we could kind of say that we were not exactly a national agency, but we were hitting key markets. And so we could gain collectively larger account opportunities. And that's what informed my decision around expanding to Los Angeles early on. And then the other thing that I wanted to do is I wanted to diversify who my clients were. My early clients typically occupied, again, spirits, entertainment, film, music. There were a lot of folks producing events like stage plays. The Bay Area Black Comedy Competition was produced by a colleague of mine, a good friend of mine. Many programs like that existed. And building on those programs and finding ways to grow and expand those programs was essential, right? So when I look at what I see these days as it relates to businesses, the issue in terms of access to the resources that are available and the opportunities really falls around kind of 5 key mistakes. Let me touch on those. The first one is when you go about setting up the business, there's a distinction between, are you building a business or is your business more of a side gig or a hustle? There's not anything wrong with augmenting, if you say, your core income because you have a side interest. But if it is that you want to build a sustainable business, you must understand what business looks and feels like, right? And you must understand the type of business that you're going to create and what's necessary to create that business. So not only about identifying what sector the business is going to operate in by understanding the NAICS code. Every business operates within a particular vertical in a particular sector, and it is identified by the North American Industrial Classification System, and that's the NAICS code. And so if you don't understand that as a starting point, then that's where you want to start, because you want to be able to gain resources and research information to validate what's happening in that particular sector. Meaning, is it stagnant? Is it growing? Is it becoming obsolete? Is it going to be replaced by the latest technological innovation, for example? You don't want to enter a space that's on its way out, right? And you're just entering the space. If you're entering a space, maybe you've come up with a new innovation. Maybe you're the disruptor. That's an opportunity, especially if you see some value and an opportunity with that disruption. So in order to determine if you have a business versus a hustle, you want to be very clear and set up a vision and a mission statement. Where is it that you want to go? What type of business? What is the sphere of influence that you think that you'd like to cover, to occupy? Are you building a business that's local to your community? Is it an online or brick and mortar business? Are you looking to expand across a region? What particular region of the country, of the world? Are you looking to have a national, a global organization? What does that look and feel like? And then how are others that occupy your similar space, how have they opted to expand? That might give you some insights about your own expansion goals and objectives. So making sure in the beginning that you distinguish between a business versus a hustle. And I said I was going to tell you why this is important. It was last year that the Brookings Institute released a study on the state of Black American businesses and looking at the number of Black Americans in terms of our numbers of population within the US. What was discovered was out of our population, under 15% actually had what were considered entrepreneurial ventures. So less than 15% of the American Blacks. But what was more disheartening was less than 3% of that 15% actually had businesses where they were employers. And the difference between creating a job for yourself or being a solo entrepreneur is that typically, depending upon how that entity is structured, it's an entity that pretty much dies with you, because what you've done is you've created a job for yourself. Again, nothing wrong with doing so, but you can't pass on a job. You can't create a succession plan for the job. You'd have to have a business with an infrastructure. And so for me, my interest was always in creating a scalable organization. I remember very early on being fascinated with, at that time, I was looking at IBM, that had existed for, hundreds of years. And I thought, wow, imagine that. The original founders are long dead and gone, yet this organization continues to grow and thrive. For those of us more recently looking at businesses, think of Apple. Steve Jobs has passed on, and the organization continues to exist and position itself for ongoing growth. There's a succession plan where new leaders are being cultivated or attracted to the role of CEO to continue that organization forward. So that's a sustainable organization. And organizations that are sustainable don't necessarily have to be publicly traded, although often many are. You could still create an organization that is privately held. If we were to look at the example of Ariel Capital, you guys say, who is Ariel Capital? Well, Melody Hobson, the wife of the George Lucas, think of, Star Wars. All right. Melody Hobson was recruited by Joe Rogers, the founder of Ariel Capital. Early in her career, she worked at Ariel in an internship. And at that time, she was recruited to join the firm. But what Joe Rogers did, which was brilliant, was from the beginning, he identified that she had the right skills and characteristics that he wanted to groom to become the future leader of the organization. So in her entire career has been spent at Ariel Capital, but with progressive growth in her role and responsibility, so that she would be not only efficient, but proficient and able to step into the leadership role at the time that he was ready to hand it off. That's what a succession plan looks like in an organization that expects to continue to exist beyond time. The number two mistake that many organizations make, beside that clear type of definition, is understanding their customers. Your customers change, just like you change over the course of your life cycle. They have a life cycle, be it B2B, business to business, or business to customer, B2C, or business to organization or institution. Those types of relationships, they all change and evolve over time. And so I found myself saying this to someone the other day. They were thinking they're tapping in a well, looking for business opportunities, looking for customers, and saying, it seems that my customers are not behaving the same way. And I said, well, yeah, you remember this book called Who Moved My Cheese? The cheese is moved. You need to understand, where did the cheese go, so that you can find new market opportunities. What you did yesterday to get you to this point is not going to sustain you tomorrow. What you did yesterday to get you to this point is not going to sustain you tomorrow. You have to continue to understand who your customers are and their why, in terms of why they need you, but also recognize that there are other factors vying for their attention. There's new market entrants. There's other competitors that exist in the marketplace. There are other solutions that are emerging each day. And all of those things put pressure on typically what it is you're providing that particular customer. So don't become stagnant in your ideals about who your customers are or their why. That's a big mistake that I see entrepreneurs often make, too often make. Or you have one customer that basically contributes more than 50%, 60% of your revenues. And if something happens to that customer, you're out of business. And I've seen that happen too many times to even share. And then also not building sufficient capacity. It may seem, we've been talking about the 50 years of hip hop. Those of you who've been around, you old hip hop heads, you know who I'm talking about, Cross Colors. Remember, it was a hot fashion company. They were hot. They got traction and they started to grow, but they grew faster than they had built infrastructure. And guess what? Rapid growth took them out because they missed delivery schedules. They began to be untrusted, by the retailers who were looking to do business with them. And so before you know it, they were here and they were gone. And that happens too. A lot of times people think that the biggest problem in business is not getting traction, is not succeeding. I would tend to say that it's actually the opposite. What happens if you do and you're not prepared for it? And so that's a dance, right? Because you can't build out too much capacity because capacity costs. That's part of your operational overhead. At the same time, you can't be too lean because if it is something happens that triggers a go and you're unable to respond to the go and you disappoint the customers on the experience that you've promised, sadly, you're not always given a second chance. You really do make that first impression based on what it is you're promising. And so then that brings me to the next thing. It's capital. Oftentimes, though, people go and look for capital before they've clearly defined the other issues that I mentioned before. And that's a reason that it's difficult to capitalize you, is that you must have a clear understanding of who your customers are. And you have to begin to build relationship with your tribe, those customers, and begin to have some way for them to vote for you. Because along your journey, it's sort of like I was given this analogy the other day, and I saw this. It was an illustration. I think it may have been Fast Company or Inc. And there was this two big rigs. Imagine two big rigs traveling down a highway. And you see the CEO, and the CEO has a foot on one big rig. That big rig says capital. Foot on the other big rig, that big rig says customers. And it's like, how do you balance yourself between two big rigs racing down a highway? But that's really the job of a CEO. You've got to be able to be your number one salesperson. You have to be able to sell your business better than anyone else. You're setting the tone. You have to believe in what it is you're putting forth. At the same time, you have to find the capital and be able to support the capacity necessary to deliver on whatever the value proposition is that you're offering to your customers. And so within that, that is a problem that I see within the customer bucket, is people attempt to go too wide on who their customers are. I hear entrepreneurs say way too many times, oh, everyone's my customer. You've just failed. Sorry, you can't supply everyone. Even if you were a major multi-billion-dollar company, if that were the case, don't you think Apple would supply all of the PC market, or Microsoft would supply all of the PC market? No, there wouldn't be room for anyone else to exist in the space. No one company supplies it all. Or let's go to a more basic thing. We hopefully all brush our teeth. When was the last time you went down a toothpaste aisle and saw only one brand of toothpaste? That just lets you know that there are enough different customers to support the different brands based upon their value proposition and promise. So don't fall in the mindset of believing that everyone is your customer, because that means no one is your customer, because you can't properly message and supply a solution for everyone. So find your niche and dominate within that niche. And I guess that really brings me to what I say is my last point: mentorship. I see too many entrepreneurs confused about who and what would be appropriate mentors. It's kind of like you have the shiny object syndrome, and you jump from one shiny object to the next. Listen, you may have different mentors, but you need to make sure that you qualify them based on their expertise and what it is that they've been done. I like to think of myself a little bit as an entrepreneur's whisperer, if you will. Why? I spent about 40 years in business, not only in businesses that I created, but also as an executive running other businesses. And the great thing about that is each time that I wanted to master a new sector, I was blessed with an opportunity to work for the category leader in that sector. So I learned how to win from the company that was winning. And then I gleaned and took that information because I wanted to parlay that into my next business. And that's really what I did over the last 20 years when I entered into real estate development. I left the advertising business because I realized that I was advising a number of mayors across the country on economic development strategies to grow their economies. And what I noticed is after I finished with a strategic plan, that oftentimes developers would come in and be able to execute and seemingly make money off of my strategies. And I kind of said, I want to make money off my strategies. But the point really came home when, after the Rodney King incident in Los Angeles, it was GLAC, it was FAME, and the Urban League received a grant from the Small Business Administration because they wanted to understand why were the businesses in South LA burning up their businesses, which we learned that it really wasn't the businesses. There were some, terrorists coming through doing that. But the bottom line was, what was the problem with Black businesses? And the big complaint was many of the Black businesses felt that they could not get financial support from the Small Business Administration and the various loan programs. And so I remember the executive director at GLAC asked me at that point. My agency had grown tremendously, and I was able to successfully, I had done a JV, and we become a $250 million back agency. I had 8 offices, 400 employees, and we were on the forefront of multiculturalism. And so at this point, he initially was asking me to develop a marketing solution. And I said, I don't go off of what other people say. I first validate that the information is correct, because junk in is going to produce a bad outcome. So what I determined was that entrepreneurs were intimidated by business planning. As a result, because of that lack of understanding of business planning, their businesses were crippled. And so what we decided was that I created a program where I trained almost 5,000 entrepreneurs throughout South Los Angeles and put them on a path to profitability. And I've continued to train through SCORE and other organizations for the last 15 years since. And so I have trained thousands and thousands of entrepreneurs over the course of 40 years. So I know a little bit something about that, and running a venture fund and all of that. So I've seen the pitches and I've seen the mistakes over and over and over again. So when you look to expertise, you want to look for someone who's qualified to give you information. And I want to invite you guys to go to my website, Dr. Money Free Gift. I'm going to be doing a free webinar this Tuesday. You can still sign up. It's free. drmoneyfreegift.com. Sign up for the free gift, which is a free webinar where I'm going to take a deeper dive on how to address customers so we can get you some capital.
Yes. Amazing, guys. Make sure you hop on that information, that free information.
Absolutely.
Genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Black Business Expo is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpo.com to donate to scholarship fund, or use the Cash App $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online. They can register online at www.blackbusinessexpo.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business USA sponsors for March 2024. North Carolina 100, Moody Capital Partners, Today's Soul, Lotus Ritchie, Coaching and Training, the Hello LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation, Inc., Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM Media, Earth Essential, Shania, Global, Executive Woman Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA. Genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why BDirect was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental based facilitators. But even more unique to BDirect Prep, We cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Carla Allen. I am your business moderator for this afternoon on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be doing a fireside chat with Dr. Seth Andre. Audrey is the founder and CEO of Zeno versus Wellness Group, Inc., a global wellness organization formed to deliver wellness once a week at a time. Through its media spas tells TM strategically located across the Caribbean, United Kingdom, France, and Africa. Current locations are in Jamaica with UK and Africa, markets opening soon. Her firm is also in the farming space, offering food as medicine, perishable, non-perishable meal kits, tincture, and tonic supporting the various wellness protocols. Dr. Audrey co-founded her wellness delivery model as WAASS Wellness as a Service Solution. Zeno Vernis Wellness Group is a timely concept that was initially conceived when Audrey was just 14 years young. She imagined a wellness center. So we will be doing a fireside chat with Miss Audrey. How are you, Dr. Steph Audrey? You're muted. You're muted. I can't hear you.
Right, there you go. I'm well. How about yourself?
I'm great. Thank you so much for asking. So we're going to jump right into these questions. And the first question that I have for you that the people absolutely want to know is, can you tell me about the inspiration behind funding, Zeno versus Wellness Group, Inc., and the concept of delivering wellness 1 week at a time? I love that concept.
Excellent. Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's so funny. So someone was asking me about that the other day because I was talking to another so-called healer, and she was like, "Oh, I didn't know that you were a healer. You know, you haven't said anything about being a healer." I said, "Well, believe it or not, I became a healer when my mother set an intention." A lot of stuff happened when I was 9, by the way, because I refer to my declaration of my global business at 9. It was around that same time that my mom bought our house and we had to get everything. And so she decided that she was going to learn how to cook because she had to feed us now. But she didn't want to teach me how to cook traditional soul food. So I remember my elementary school was having a book sale and she bought 2 books. She bought a soul food cookbook and she bought this book called Back to Eden. And it was that introduction to herbs and brown rice. Before that was a popular, consideration on your menu. But her intention was to make sure that I would not suffer from lifestyle ailments like high blood pressure, diabetes, all of these things that are now in abundance. But she had the foresight to say that she was going to make some decisions. And guess what? It worked. Not only did it influence my decisions about how I took care of myself, when I became a mom, it too influenced how I raised my son, who, by the way, has a killer fire body, never had a cavity in his life, all of those things. But that was the impetus for Zenoverse Wellness Group. And the delivery system of 1 week at a time is my co-founder, Dr. Aubrey Oliver, is a lifestyle functional medicine physician. And so he treats patients all over the world. He has patients in Africa, patients in London, patients in Canada, patients in Jamaica, patients across the US. And I said, Doc, if it is that people are going to come to our wellness resorts, and let me just give you the correct, it's Medi Spa Hotels is what they're called. Medi Spa Hotels, Medi Spa Hotels. And so what a Medi Spa hotel is a resort. It's just like going to any other hotel, but the difference is instead of you checking in for one night or 2 nights, you check in for a week. So if you've ever taken a cruise, you book a cruise usually for a week. It's the same idea. You're going to be there for a week. And over that course of a week, there are all kinds of activities and experiences that you're going to have around this idea of healing you, mind, body, and soul. So mentally, we're going to have thought leadership around addressing emotional trauma, because believe it or not, it's your thoughts that contribute to the disease that you suffer. The second part is your gut health. We're going to detox your gut and get your gut healthy, which is also going to influence how you think. You're going to think better when you don't have parasites chewing on your brain cells, right? When you get that out of your system, your thoughts are going to improve. And then the last area is soul. We help you connect spiritually. So that meditation, that grounding, getting you back connected with source so that you can fulfill and take the stand that you've been assigned to take. So the wellness 1 week at a time, when I asked Doc, I said, what is the limited, the most, the minimum amount of time that someone would need to spend with us for us to be able to see the outcomes, produce the outcomes from having spent a week with us. So that's how I codify our treatment protocol. You can stay longer, but you can't, you must stay a minimum of a week.
Okay, that is amazing. I love the history behind how you came up with everything. Everything you touched on is so important because I can relate. I definitely am into fitness and being healthy and changing eating habits and, incorporating better eating habits. So that's so amazing just to give people opportunity to spend a week to work on their mind, body, and soul because they all three are connected and come as one. So that's absolutely amazing. I love it, love it, love it. The second question that I would like to ask and share to the that you could share to the amazing people is what led you to establish Medi Spa Hotels TM across various locations, including the Caribbean, United Kingdom, France, and Africa. That's amazing.
Excellent. Well, also, again, because when we looked at where Doc had patients, we went on a speaking tour to many of these places. But more importantly, when I look at the U.S. food supply, and I want to have you, I could tell you, Doc is often telling folks what they can do to detox their bodies. The problem is that the food has been so contaminated. There's so much GMO that the SAD diet in the US is tragic. If it was working, and the Western medical philosophy is tragic, it has its place, but it's not the one size solution for. Otherwise, I would not see all of the people that I see who are obese with all of these different chronic conditions that are basically lifestyle conditions. So the reason that I needed to get people out of the US is we need to be able to control what it is you consume. Because that's the big trick there is once we detox your body, then we want to replenish your body with nutritionally dense foods, fruits, vegetables. Even I try my best not to eat chicken or much meat when I'm in the US, very limited meat in the US. Whereas when I'm in Jamaica, I'll eat the chicken because I know it was just running around. I just saw it out there running around. I'll eat the beef. Oh yeah, I saw the cows on the side of the road. You know what I'm saying? I know that they're eating the grass. I know that they're roaming around. So I know that they're not being kept in conditions that would cause them to be sick and harbor disease that then is in the meat that then I would consume that's going to make me predisposed to illness and all kinds of things. So that's the reason is we need to take you to our places where we have organic farms and we're able to be confident that from seeds to souls, what it is we're delivering is organic and it's not GMO, genetically modified.
Yes, that is amazing. That's so important. So important for the people to know, including myself, because a lot of the food is modified, a lot of
Yes.
it.
Yes.
So the third question is, how do you envision Xeno versus Wellness Group impacting global wellness innovatives?
Oh, wonderful. Yes. So what I've done is I created a model that not only could be applied at our various locations. So if you're familiar with, I like to tell people, it's like, okay, you guys, you've heard of the Marriott, right? Well, the Marriott is a corporation. Marriott Corporation is a publicly traded organization, and they have a portfolio of probably about 30 different brands. They have brands like the W, St. Regis, the Ritz-Carlton, and then they have a bunch of other layer of brands. So Xenoverse Wellness Group is the Marriott for wellness. And we have several brands. Our first 3 brands occupy 3 different levels of customer. Our 420 wellness brands are for customers that are interested in learning a little bit more about cannabinoids and psilocybins for medicinal purposes in particular. Not that someone couldn't consume those items for recreational purpose, but our focus is around what is the research and what are the medicinal benefits. So our 420 wellness brands would be comparable to your W's in terms of how the feeling and their boutique and they're funky. They're either on an organic farm or on a beachfront location. So that's our 420 brand. Our next brand is Amani Haba. Amani Haba is like your Four Seasons. So again, it's a global brand. It's aimed to, deal with larger groups. So there'll be larger footprints in terms of the number of people that can stay at those particular properties. And then our ultra luxury brand is called Turquoise. And that's similar to your St. Regis or your Ritz-Carlton property. All of the properties are wellness. So all of them require a minimum of a week at a time stay. Each of them cater to a different clientele.
I love that. It gives so many people like options, different options that they can choose from. And if they want to do one, or they can do all 3. I love that. That is amazing.
Absolutely.
Simply amazing. I love the fact that you give the people options. Can you explain the concept of WAAS/S wellness as a service solution and how it informs your approach to wellness delivery?
Absolutely. And so in my earlier presentation, I shared how I'm a little bit of a tech geek from way back when. And I'm a doctor. So, I'm a doctor of business administration and a doctor of law. But a doctor that has gone through a program and had to complete some type of research study in their particular area of interest, each doctor has had to prove up that they understand how to put together a study. I happen to have produced a mixed method study for my dissertation. But in research, you want data and you want to understand what that data will reveal. So being that data scientist, what I wanted to create was a technology that would allow us to, again, not just provide solutions to your wellness, but to be able to track and measure those outcomes so that we can modify and make, again, updates. And so it was important that I sort of codified, if you will, a treatment protocol that was a system, a methodology that would be, a boilerplate of repetition of what could be applied so that that model could also be licensed to other facilities. So underpinning our operations is our technology. And our technology is what has been codified so that we can track. So you could go anywhere in the world to any of our locations, or just like if you were going to Starbucks and you see Starbucks in these different locations, and every time you go to Starbucks, whatever your favorite drink is, they're going to get it perfectly. Well, imagine that for your wellness. You can be anywhere in the world. And if you've gone to one or you set up a profile, no matter where you go to our property or a property that we've licensed, if we've licensed or flagged the spa, that same technology will be readily available. And they'll be able to make sure that your treatment and your experience at that location is an extension. It's building upon the history that you've established.
Wow, that's amazing. That's absolutely amazing. That helps keep things on track so they know where the customer knows what, everything that was previously done, they can continue to move forward to make sure they're staying on the right track moving forward with their
Yes,
product. That's amazing.
absolutely.
Absolutely amazing. What
Absolutely,
motivates
because I'm really wanting to see people to get the outcomes.
yeah.
And someone said to me, I went to a funeral I'm from the Bay Area, so I went to a funeral
Mhm.
recently, and a friend of mine looked at me and said, "Oh my gosh, what are you doing? Like, you look awesome." And I'm like, "Great." So that means I'm living the brand, right?
Yes.
I'm aging in reverse.
Yes, that's the whole goal, right?
Yes, yes,
I know that's me.
without it was my son that told me. I think it was when sadly Kanye West became famous, and his mom
Mhm.
decided to invest in plastic surgery, and unfortunately she
Mhm.
perished.
Yeah.
My son looked at me right at that moment and said, "No plastic surgery for you." And I'm like, "Oh man, you mean I'm gonna have to do the work? So if
That's
I want
right.
muscles, I gotta go to the gym. Like, I have
That's
to do it the
right.
hard way. I can't get rid of no." And he's like, "Yep, that's it." So
Yes.
that's what's up.
Yes. Look, no pain, no gain. You gotta put that work in.
Oh, Lord. So that's what I've been doing. I'm like, "Okay, son." So between our tools, our tinctures, and our
Mhm.
med tech, this is what we use in non-invasive treatment protocols in order to help you reverse your age. Now, what we believe is that full life is 120 years and beyond.
Mhm.
And sadly, too many people are not even making it into good 60 before they're
Right.
checking out. So they think, and I'm looking at folks who are in their 60s and they look like they're 80. And I'm looking at them. And so my son is like, it's so funny when we go out places, people are like, when, my clients think that he's my brother. And
Yeah.
he's, yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to run with that, because whenever you say that you're my mother, people are kind of going,
Yeah. Scratching their heads like, what? Hold up.
that math doesn't work, because I thought you were 30 something. I'm like, well, all right. So somebody has to change their age. He can't be 27 and I can't be 30 something.
That just makes you feel so good.
Yes.
Yes.
But that's what I want to
Absolutely.
give to, sadly, what I see is at a time that, in particular, Black women are advancing in leadership roles. But when I see my sisters, they're sick.
Mhm.
And many of them are sick and don't even realize how sick they are. And that's the part that's sad, because next they're going to say, "Oh, I got diabetes. I got this, I got that." And the thing is that when you go and your only options are poison or being cut, that's not it. Or the other tragedy I've heard of, young ladies in their 30s, fibroids, and
Mhm.
having to be cut. They're taking out your uterus. What? You're in your 30s
Yeah.
in your possibility for childcare. But the other part, that Doc has shared, is that later in life, that creates nerve issues. So
Mm.
you're on a path for pain.
Wow. Didn't know that. Hmm.
Most people don't, because they're not going to tell you that part. They
Wow.
cut you first and take your organs. And truthfully, I don't even think that, I think they're reselling or, but again, but don't get me started.
Look, that's a whole nother.
Whole nother day, a whole nother conversation, because I'm like, why is it that you got to cut and take my organs? Really? What else did you try first?
Yeah.
But my son, "Mommy, no. Mm-mm. No,
You
you're
know
going to
that's
have to do it naturally." So I said,
good.
"Okay, let's go."
Yes, I'm in the gym. I can relate because I'm a certified personal trainer. So I go in the gym and I put in the work. I wasn't always like that. Trust me. I dreaded going to the gym, but I know the importance of it as I'm getting older, and the health is truly your wealth.
And
Absolutely.
that's the thing, is that
Yes.
as you get older, you must do more work. And especially, I learned this when I was younger, I didn't go heavy. But as I'm older, I have to lift heavier weights to retain the muscles. It works, it's more work to retain muscles. So you have to, and the nutritional supplements. Doc is constantly researching and identifying the best delivery methods. He has us on these amazing minerals.
Oh, you gotta put me
Out of London, and these minerals, oh my goodness,
yes,
Superwoman over
we
here.
talk backstage. I want to know that. I want to know about the minerals.
Oh my goodness, amazing delivery.
Yes, I'm all for it. I could so relate. It's so important to take those supplements, and minerals are very, very, very important. The right ones, anyway.
Yes.
So what motivated you to enter the farming space and offer food as medicine products?
So it really came down to this reality is I was trying, so after spending, COVID really was that opportunity. I had been building this business plan and I was trying to figure out how are we going to shift people because people were resistant to doing telemedicine and all of this stuff. But COVID forced everybody's hand. You had no choice. You got to do a telemedicine appointment. And at the same time, my business, and I was in law school, the law school shut down. So a girlfriend was going to Jamaica and I was like, well, can I come? Like, I don't need to sit in my house and, I can go to Jamaica.
Yeah.
The best opportunity. I had been back and forth to Jamaica. I had been preparing to do business in Jamaica, but I had never stayed in Jamaica for more than about 2 weeks at a time. I stayed there for 3 months.
Wow.
Changed my life because what I noticed is before I came, and I'm going to start showing the picture of my law school ID card and the picture of me now. I don't even recognize that lady that was on my law school ID card.
Wow.
I'm like, I want to slap my friends. I'm like, how did you guys let me get to that point? And I not even realize that that's how I was showing up, right? Like for real, you guys are haters. You guys are straight up haters because there is no way that I should have been walking around anywhere looking like that. That's all right. Now check me.
I know that's right.
So Jamaica, I literally began to reverse my body. And I thought, people are like, you became a vegetarian. I'm like, no, I just started getting 10,000 steps a day on the sand ground. And all those toxins started being pulled out of my body. We went through the assessment, which is a similar assessment that we do. Again, non-invasive. And when we scanned and I got a report, it was like a 50-page report of all of my organs. And one of the things that scared me was that I saw a couple things. Being a type A performer, high stress, cortisol stress. Well, I didn't realize every time we get upset and that cortisol is activated, we release toxins. Well, guess what? They started to place themselves in my brain. Slowly, I was going to have calcification of my brain. I would have been a candidate for early dementia, early Alzheimer's, plus sugar.
Yes.
Hair dye. And I said, oh my God, when I think about how many beautiful Black sisters that I know, we love some hair dye. Now I have to braid it in. I can't do it. But we're going to be doing natural. We're going to be making it from natural fruits and vegetables without poison. So that's coming in the future.
Yes.
Idea was that if you're putting it on you and it's made poison, your deodorant, your lotion, you don't need any of that. Go get some shea butter. Go get some some organic. But that's the problem. Is they have all these, once they realize that we start talking about natural products, then they start labeling the products. And guess what? If the ingredients have an ingredient that you can't pronounce and you don't know what it is, put it down.
Absolutely.
When you look up something, it should be simple. Shea butter, 100%. Use that on your body. Because your body, your skin, you're going to basically take it into your bloodstream. And I feel sad I know it's beautiful. It's become a popular thing, all these tattoos. But guess what? That's ink toxin in your blood system. What do you think you are doing with all that poison and ink in your system?
Yep.
No.
So true.
Yeah. So that was that's the reason. And more importantly, I said along that way, I got off a plane, and sometimes you get off a flight and you would see like maybe one or two wheelchairs, and you'd say, okay, there's a few people, over 60 or whatever. But there was this one flight that I got off, and there was the whole runway. There had to be like 15 wheelchairs. And I was thinking, like, who? And mobility. If you're so obese in your 30s and 40s that you cannot walk, you need a wheelchair.
Yeah.
You're not going to make it to 120.
Absolutely.
And that's lifestyle. Yep. I transform my body. So I'm walking, showing you, telling you, I couldn't run initially, my knees, my joints. I'm running. Doc is training me dashes and long jumps.
Yes.
Like, don't mess with me.
I know that's right. I'm trying to be like you. I am gonna be like you.
I set the intention just when I realized the power of my 9-year-old dream. So I set the intention right now that at 120, I'm gonna be the fastest woman doing the 6 meter, and I'll be jumping the farthest on the long jump. Okay.
Yes.
That's what I'm talking about.
I love it. I love it.
And dancing the night away.
Yes. Dancing the night away. Still getting your groove on.
Get my groove on.
I'm right with you, Doc, for real.
Yes. And that's what happens, because a lot of people think, oh, wellness is, I'm like, no, trust me, the best party you can ever imagine. The turn up is the turn up for real. Now, don't get it twisted. There ain't no square stuff going on here.
I know that's right. You better let it go, Doc. I love
it. Which is so funny, because every time somebody comes to Jamaica, they're not even there for 24 hours before they're trying to book their return. They're like, well, oh yeah, I'm coming back. I'm like, told you, don't even know why it was so hard to get you here, because now I can't get rid of you.
I want to go back. I can't wait to go back, man.
Exactly. So we're working on a summer promotion as well. So we have some stuff coming up, but what I want to make sure that people that are not only interested in my business, but are creating their own business. I'm doing a free webinar. If you have a business and you're trying to figure out how to grow and scale your business, I want you to check me out. I'm doing, at my drmoneyfreegift.com. It's drmoneyfreegift.com. I'm doing a free webinar this week that's going to help you really drill down on who your customers are. And from there, we're going to talk about some of the key topics to make sure that you get all those things in line to build your business. And guess what? If you're leading a company, your wellness is part of your investment in your wellness.
Yeah.
Say trips that we take for wellness, tax write-off, those kinds of things, looking at, investing in business and all that stuff. So there's more than one way to skin that cat.
I know that's right. I love it, love it, love it. I love that. The free information, guys. Hop on it, get the information, narrow down your niche so you can grow your business. I too myself will definitely be looking into that free course.
Wonderful.
Alrighty, how do you ensure that Zeno versus Wellness Group maintains high quality standards across its various locations?
Very good. So what I did as I was putting together the business plans, one of my colleagues used to be the training director for Ritz-Carlton before he started his own business. And these days he actually trains for like NFL, NBA stadiums where, the team has a whole stadium of customer experience that they want to deliver. And so I too have a background in leadership development and training. But again, as a CEO, you can't do everything. So what I did was I said, I want to create a training program that is high level, because guest experience from the time you land, we want you. We have you from the time you get off that plane to your experience at our resort, till we put you back to that airport to get back on that plane. And so within that, there's a certain standard of what I've envisioned that experience should be like. It should be a seamless experience. And because of that, people have to be trained. They'd have to have those skills. And so we have a very high level training program. And that training program will continue to be improved and built upon. But I've been doing training for 20, 30 years. And so I have some ideals of both my experience in working with organizations that got it right, as well as organizations that didn't necessarily master that part of the experience, and why then they lose their customers. So it's very much a real part of our organization. We are a learning organization. So again, everybody won't work for us because it's a high demanding, high pace. You have to be willing to learn and be better and improve. Continual improvement is built into who we are as an organization. And then there are particular tools. So when you talk about companies that have processes, there are process improvement, quality standards. And I remember when I was a real young entrepreneur and I read this book, Quality is Free, I think by Philip Crosby. And his premise was basically, if you do it right the first time, and I was like, right, novel idea. Let's do it right the first time, right? So, but I understand, that people have to be trained. What is right? What is the right that you define as right? And let's define that, and then let's codify it. Let's create this opportunity and experience so that people are trained and able to then understand where they're able to make decisions within that context to be able to, again, provide an outstanding customer experience. And again, I look at other organizations that have done it successfully. That you go to the Ritz, you go to these other places, and they set a standard for what the experience is about. So I don't have to really create it from scratch. I can study the market and look at who are doing great jobs in their execution and glean from them some of those elements and incorporate them into our vision.
That's amazing. Absolutely. That's amazing. That is amazing. I love it, love it, love it. What challenges have you faced in launching and expanding Zeno versus Wellness Group, and how have you overcome them? It's a great question.
That is a timely question. So I'm in the middle of raising capital. And one of the things that I've discovered is a big issue is that there are not a lot of people who are familiar with what real estate developers are and what that is and what you do, nor have many, read about, seen about, thought about a Black woman. They don't know that I've controlled multiple billion-dollar portfolios of real estate development projects because I did it as an executive for others. Needless to say, there were reporters that wanted to write stories about me, but the owners of those companies didn't want those stories written because they didn't want you to know that I was the one behind the scenes doing these things, right? And so that has been a problem. And so what a lot of times I realized that, and as I've pitched to other investors, they said, you really have to tell people, because they see doctor of business, they see doctor and they first think you're a medical doctor, and like a medical doctor can't do this. And I'm like, no. The medical doctor is on the patient side. I am the business doctor and the doctor of law for a reason. And I am the one that has, almost 30 years experience in real estate development, developing from ground up, to all phases of development projects, right? So, and before that, I am the one that understands this. I advise companies like, Hyatt and all these other companies. So this is my experience. I earned my way to this point, right? But nonetheless, I'm raising $100 million, in a seed round. And the average person is like, how dare you? But I got $1 billion valuation for my company. So there are few folks who can play with me. And so that's the problem, is kissing a bunch of frogs to get past the other people who, because they are not at that level, they look at me and go, well, how could you be at that level if I'm not at that level? And it's like, it's their issue. It's not my issue, but it's like, get off the way, please. Can I get to the real people, please? So that's the challenge, is I feel like I'm kissing frogs and, it's burdensome. And everything that you do along the journey is that it costs money. And sadly, a lot of times investors expect that you come to the table with a great friends and family round. But sadly, again, because so many of my folks, remember, I've said, Black Americans in U.S. own less than 3% of employer-based businesses. Very few of them have made $100 million. So how are you talking about you're raising $100 million to start and you have $1 billion value? We don't understand that. You're really speaking to a different thing. And it's like, but this is what I've done over and over and over again for others. Why wouldn't I want to do it for myself?
Right.
So that part is the problem. And is that sadly, as much as I'd love to see some folks that look like me, invest in, be part of this. I realize that at best, I might be able to get my folks to become customers, but probably not really investors.
Yeah.
Because they don't get it. But then when they hear companies like a Facebook, a Google, and all these other companies, LinkedIn's, that in the beginning were started in somebody's garage, and then they go public, and then they create all these other millionaires. It's like, you guys, we're teeing up to go public. You would have a chance to get in at a place where you could see your life change because of having been able to be in early stage. But they don't understand what it looks like. And because they don't understand what it looks like, then unfortunately it's a disconnect. So that's the challenge. And, it's an ongoing challenge. When I step outside of the US and I, pitch to global funds and everything, everybody gets it. So I realized the other day, I said, I have to dumb it down. So most people have heard about flipping a house.
Yeah.
I buy hotels and flip them.
Yes.
And when I flip them, I 10x the revenues.
Oh, yes, 10x. Come on, 10x. Yes.
How about that? So, that's where the money is, right?
Yes.
So, yeah. So I figured it out.
Okay, yes. I hear it. I hear the tenacity in your voice. Yes, I love it. I love it. I love it. Can you elaborate on your commitment to training and developing 1 million entrepreneurs and farmers?
Yes. Okay. So that was it took me about 30 years to actually be able to be working in Jamaica. When I first wanted to become a real estate developer, actually, a colleague of mine, they built the Hyatts, and he wanted to put me on a project to work in Jamaica. And I'd never left the country. I'd never visited Jamaica at that time. And I wasn't skilled. I didn't have the technical knowledge as a real estate developer. So I wasn't, in my mind, my assessment for me, I wasn't really ready to take that kind of leap. But I made note of Jamaica and started doing research. And then I went to USC and went through the real estate finance and development program, and then decided, instead of launching my firm, that I wanted to work for a firm that was in the space. And thankfully, I got to work for a category leader, right? To develop my expertise. But also I realized that my approach to Jamaica, as I began to look at the businesses in the market, and I noticed that a lot of the companies there, they come in, they hire 5 people, and then they lock everybody else out of the tourism market. And I was mad about that, frankly. And I said, well, I want to do something different. But as I got to study these sub-markets, I realized that so many of these entrepreneurs, the reason that they're missing out on the tourism dollars is one very basic in the beginning, is they don't understand customer service. And in particular, they don't understand that typically Black women from America are their biggest source of dollars. And if you mistreat us, you're missing out on your money, baby. Frankly, you mistreating the wrong one. But watching them cater to everybody else, and it's like, but we're the ones who are willing to spend money, but you're treating us poorly, so you're missing your money. So I realized that what somebody needed to do, and nobody had done it, was to be willing to commit to training and developing. I was like, well, I have this. I've been training people for 40 years. I trained 5,000 people after the civil unrest, and I've been training for 15, plus. So I'm like, I've trained and I've proven over and over again that my training produces results, because that's, I'm not just speaking just to speak. So if you can't go to your office Monday and execute what I've taught you, Friday, then to me, I've measured that as a failure for me. Because that's not, I'm not here to just hear because listen, I'm going to be okay. Because trust and believe, I'm executing mine for me too.
Yes.
But trust, I can help you. Look, if Fortune 500s were paying me, millions and millions of dollars to solve their problems, I think I know a little something about solving yours.
Oh, yes.
Just saying, just saying, just saying. So I set up the program, and so that's through our Organic Farmers Initiative. So it's organic farmers, and right now we've signed a program. Guess what? I set out originally to do 1 million. We already have 1 million on our platform.
Yes.
Hello Tractor, where we're helping farmers get access to farming equipment without having to invest in it. And so what we are doing with that initiative is we're training farmers throughout the Caribbean and the US markets.
Wow.
Giving them access to being able to have access to farming equipment. And between our partnership with Hello Tractor in Kenya and Nigeria, we already have 1 million farmers on the platform.
Wow.
And that number is about to increase to about 10 million. So we want to have 10 million entrepreneurs who are making up the global organic farming ecosystem over the next decade on our platform.
That is amazing.
I already have the information. It's training is already there. It's not even that I have to create it. I've already created it.
Yes, and that's the great part about it. It's already created. So
already created, tried and true and proven, proven to produce results and outcomes. So that's what I'm talking about, right?
Yes, I absolutely love it. That is amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. So I would have to just congratulate you, first of all. That's just absolutely that you already reached your goal and you're pivoting to even go higher. So that is just such an amazing ordeal, an amazing opportunity for entrepreneurs. So congratulations to you.
Thank you. Well,
you are so welcome.
For those of us in the US, there's over a $2 trillion opportunity on the continent of Africa. $2 trillion opportunity on the continent of Africa. So if you haven't been able to get your brothers and sisters in the US to support your businesses, we'll go get your other brothers and sisters because I think they're ready to write some checks. And, it's not what you think if you haven't visited, that there's real money, there's global businesses making real money. There are multi-billion-dollar organizations and companies that are making $500 million, and there's a whole ecosystem, millions of people available that are interested in what it is that you have if you understand your customer base. So go global.
Yes. I love it. So that just ties into take advantage of this free opportunity, this free training, so you can know your niche, know your people, know who to market to, know who to target, so you can propel and grow your business and whatever it is that you're doing. So absolutely amazing. I definitely enjoy this fireside chat, and I will be connecting with you. It was so informative, and just wishing you the best in everything that you do. And it was just a great and a pleasure and an honor of meeting you and just hearing and learning from you this evening. So thank you so much for your time, and genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Well, thank you. It's my pleasure.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpo.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App. The Cash App is $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to Scholarship Fund. We want to thank our Black Expo USA sponsors sponsors, for March 2024. NC 100, Moody Capital Partners, Sude Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, The Hello LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, STEP Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation INC, Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM Media, Earth Essentials, Melaine Shania Global, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business. I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-380-9090. I am Black Business.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City, USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Have you ever seen a parent stressed out and needed a stress reliever with their child? One morning I was coming out of a store and saw a mother and her 3 or 4-year-old son. She was highly upset, actually beginning to yell at him. However, the more upset she became, it seemed the calmer the child became. He sat down on the sidewalk, crisscross applesauce, folded his arms, and looked up at her with a smile. You see, the angrier she became, the calmer he became, because he had the control of the situation. Hi, I'm Frizelma Lynn. I am the CEO and founder of Frizelma Teaching Parents, LLC. I'm a retired teacher, school district administrator, an author, speaker, and I am the Parenting 911 coach. My mission is to rescue families by equipping parents with proven, effective, and practical strategies to enhance their parenting skills. Many times we as a society expect parents to teach, train, and raise their children without providing the necessary tools they need to accomplish this. However, parenting issues cannot be resolved without intervention. Therefore, Frizelma Teaching Parents has provided coaching programs, digital courses, and live webinar trainings to provide step-by-step research-based parenting strategies, even for parents whose children are disrespectful, defiant, for those who have been diagnosed with ADD and ADHD, and even for parents of adult children. No longer will you have the need to feel like you are a failure as a parent. You'll now have the tools needed for each situation. Trust me on this one. Go to www.parenting911.org. Book a 15-minute strategy session with me or choose one of the coaching programs. Our training helps parents relieve stress.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was...
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6, and then I travel back and forth to DC because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting, and she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style, and it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at them. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I said, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show. Art to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. You know, people ask me, why do I do the pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners, way in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Great day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Carla Allen, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. Speakers from North Carolina to London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Our keynote speaker here for tonight is going to be Miss Eartha Watts Hicks. Miss Eartha Watts Hicks is an award-winning author and publisher of Love Changes and Graffiti Mural and the founder of Earth Atone Enterprise, LLC. Her publishing expertise is vast. Strategic business development, book design, and self-publishing, book marketing, poetry and fiction, screenwriting, copywriting, social media marketing, digital media, photo editing, and graphic design. Eartha has worked with blackpr.com and Harlem World magazine. Eartha Watts Hicks is an active member of the legendary Harlem Writers Guide and the creator of the Planner is a Girl's Best Friend Planner series. Let's welcome Miss Martha Hicks.
Good evening, Carla.
Hi, how are you?
Good, I'm good. How are you? And thank you for the invitation.
Oh, you are so welcome. We look forward to hearing from you. Genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's see. We're actually going to do a fireside chat. And let's get into the questions so you can tell the people about what you do.
Okay.
All right. So the first question I have for you is going to be, is writing your full-time, is writing your full-time employment? Is that what you do full-time? Or is that your primary career, excuse me?
Yes. What happens with writing is that the industry is so much different than it was 10, 20 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe 20 years ago, especially in the 90s, we had a small number of Black published authors that were published through mainstream publishers, receiving book deals of, from several $100,000 to several million. And they were under contract with a mainstream publisher for a number of books, let's say. And that was a sustainable income back then. But what happens with the onset of digital publishing and self-publishing is that the market is saturated with not only Black authors, but with all authors. So writers like myself, who are also authors, we have to diversify what we do. So I find myself partaking in everything from acting as a subcontractor for those who wish to independently publish, to editing the work of those who need an editor, to writing content for the Black News website, which is blackpr.com, and all sorts of things. So if it needs to be written, I can write it. I can write it as a blog. I can write it as an article. I can write it as a press release. I could do a press kit. I could do photo editing. I can design people's book covers. I can do their interior layout. I can do their self-publishing if they need someone with the skill set to to design that file to the specifications to upload to Amazon or Kindle Direct Publishing. So I kind of take on a lot to fill in the gaps that are in the budget that I would have had if I had been contracted with a mainstream publisher. So it's like I have to make up for that shortfall in other ways. Do a little bit of everything, and I take on several clients.
Okay, amazing. How did you get started as a writer?
When I was 11 years old, I took my first writing workshop, and that was at the school was Immaculate Conception in the Bronx, and it was it was a gifted program called De La Salle Academy for the Bright and Gifted. That was a summer program for gifted students in the South Bronx at Immaculate Conception, which was off of 149th Street, 3rd Avenue. And that was the first time I was ever in a situation where I was allowed to choose my own classes. And we were offered a curriculum of classes that we could choose for ourselves at 11 years old. Now, mind you, I was an 11-year-old going into the 8th grade because I skipped a grade. Being in that capacity where I could choose whatever I want, I chose journal writing and poetry writing. And I had no clue that I would ever have a career involving either one of those. I just wanted to choose what I wanted. And I knew I loved reading and I knew I loved books. And I didn't even know what journal writing was. According to that organization, they meant or intended journal writing as a form of like writing a diary, writing your own personal thoughts for yourself. So that freed me to allow myself to express in ways that I didn't have an opportunity to express because I was an only child. So as an only child, not too many people will come and ask you your deepest thoughts or how you feel about any particular topic, or they may ask you how was your day, how was school, how was this, how was that, but no one asks you how do you feel about life and people and things and experiences that you're enduring day to day. So that gave me the freedom to express and then to evaluate my feelings.
Awesome. What topics are you most passionate about as a writer?
That is a broad subject, but I'm very, very passionate about the plight of us in the inner cities, or in that, even if not the inner city, the cross section of society where we live in an urban environment. Urban meaning a major city like New York, where we are educated, but also from the hood, because some of us grew up in a hood, then went on to college, and then went on to do bigger and better things, but it was by a succession of small goals. So I love speaking about those of us who come from one place and work our way to another place. I love speaking about how politics and how society impacts us. I love writing about how involved we are in the community, how we nurture each other. I love in writing about ways that we support each other, because as Black people and part of Black families, often we are part of a tight network that we never really see credited to our own growth or to the growth of us as a community. We don't see very many people all the time paying homage to their mothers, fathers, grandparents, aunts, who may have been part of those movements from back in the day, or who may have been holding down two jobs. We hear those stories when people become rich and famous, but even those of us who are not rich and famous, a lot of us have a strong network of families. So, I want to remind people that there is love in our community amongst each other, and how we take care of each other, and that we do take care of each other. I want to remind people that it's not all bad in the hood, regardless of what you thought. If we're in the hood and we're good people, we're still making good things happen. So that's the type of stuff that I like to write about. But I also like to write about, because I consider those things small miracles. When you have somebody growing up in a rough place and is still doing good things for other people and still find good people to lean on, I think those are miracles, in a sense that when I was growing up, a lot of us were in the hood because we didn't have the option to get into better hoods because of housing discrimination. So we were relegated to a part of town that others thought they didn't want. So in that space where repairs weren't being made, where we didn't have necessarily what we need or weren't offered the best, we still found a way to embrace each other and support each other and help people grow. So yeah, that's what I'm passionate about.
Yeah, that's definitely a good topic to talk about and touch on, and really get people to understand and know that we can support each other in spite of our environment that we're in. So that's amazing. I love that. How would you describe your writing style?
Well, My writing style is very rhythmic, and I call it rhythmic because it reminds me of what it was like to be that little Black girl in the projects who always had something smart to say. You know, we always had a clap back, always had something smart to say. We never let anyone get a one up on us, and our mouths would get us in trouble. And in that respect and in that regard, it's like very tight, very rhythmic, very honest, very transparent. There's no fluff to it. It's as real as it gets, and it's honest. I love to I love to allow people to read my work and to, even though it's a serious topic, to see the humor in it, to see the ironies of life, and to remember elements of their own childhood that didn't make any sense, but you appreciate. So I want my writing to resonate with people in a way that allows them to reflect on their own childhood and their own experience and appreciate all the nuances, you know, even if it was the bodega with a cat in it.
I know that's a New York term, bodega. Okay, I love it. Which no, excuse me, I'm sorry, let me see. Are you a published author?
Yes. I'm a published author. I initially, before my novel Love Changes was independently published, because I published it myself, I did have an agent. So I tried to go the route of getting an agent and getting a mainstream publisher. And at the time, the agent that represented me was the only one that had chosen me. And she typically represented nonfiction work. And it was after about maybe 2 years of me getting what I call rubber stamp replies, you know, as in, dear author, thank you for submitting your manuscript to our agency. Unfortunately, we cannot accept it this time. We wish you well, rubber stamp signature. You know, dear author, thank you, but sorry, rubber stamp signature. I was getting that rubber stamp signature, right? So one day, you know, after a series of rubber stamp signatures, I get a letter saying, dear author, I love your characters. It was wonderful. And your story has such life to it. Unfortunately, this project seems to be too much for me to take on at this time, but I sincerely wished you well. Sincerely, a signed signature. And I was like, man. So I remember reaching out to a friend, and I read her the whole letter. She was like, well, this one is not as bad as the rest. At least she read it and told you about the characters that she liked, and she even signed it with a pen. Right? So I was like, but it's still no.
Right. It's still a no.
It's still a no. Right? So I was like really bummed. I don't know. For some reason, that letter had me like even more down than the rubber stamp signatures. Right? So I get a call from a lady, and to mention her. I don't want to mention her name, but she was a wonderful lady. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. But she gave me a call and said hello, and I said hello. She said Eartha Watts Hicks. Right? And I said, yes. She said, the ending is gorgeous. And when she said that, I was practically in tears, right? I was like, who's this? And she told me her name. And I was like, you read it? She said, absolutely. And the ending is gorgeous. And I was like, oh, wow, thank you so much. And I accepted her as my agent based on that. But she typically did not represent Black authors, and she typically did not represent fiction. So she was used to representing white authors in the academia space. And she did nonfiction work. So her stuff would be like textbooks and, you know, that kind of thing. So one thing about the publishing world, especially then, even now, is that it's all about relationships. So what happened with me was that she had no relationships in the spaces where she needed to introduce my work. So I was just sitting around basically. So during that waiting time, I reached out to the different music publishers to get permission to quote the song lyrics, because I quoted song lyrics for 3 popular songs. Keep On Moving by Soul to Soul, Same Place, Same Time by Crystal, produced by Leon Silvers, and Mary J. Blige's Be Happy. So while I was, doing the work to the legwork to get the music licensing and paying for the licensing and permissions, I felt like I was just being slush piled, because slush piled means that the editor at the publishing house is not reading your material because they're getting other work from more influential authors and agents. So when they get yours is always on the bottom of the pile until it accidentally falls into the trash.
Wow.
We call that slush pile.
Wow.
So, I felt like I was getting slush piled, especially since from the time of about maybe 2008 to about 2012, there was a run of manuscripts by celebrity authors. So that's what was popular, because I'm going to call it the gateway of independent digital publishing vanity presses, from iUniverse to Author House to Author Solutions to Ex Libris. That gateway opened, and what was happening is, when there was an influx of authors who were now able to publish their own work, the mainstream publishing houses started running towards those authors who either already had a collection of work that they could publish, or who were already famous. That way they could cut part of their marketing expenses and sort of ride off of their following. So in that space, I got 0 to no responses on my manuscript, and it bugged me, because at the time I had recognized that Love Changes was so innovative. It was innovative in the sense that it was literary fiction. It was the story of a 26-year-old who wanted to marry her high school sweetheart because they had a baby together. And this 26-year-old was had gone to Howard University, had lived in the projects in the South Bronx. She was had gone to a fancy private school because she was gifted and her best friend was gifted, and they were both from the hood. And then it took place in the South Bronx. It took place in Harlem. And there were locales that were featured that were very very particular places that are special to those who are from New York and who know New York culture. So I gave like little cameos to the shoe shine guy at Grand Central, to the old heads in Washington Square Park on State Quest. I gave little, like, brief little cameos to Pan Pan that was lost in the fire. I do a drive-by, or not drive-by, but ride-by. Pan Pan. So, those places and locales and those things that tickled our sensitivities from the 90s, I kind of gave it like a little flash here and there. And I found that with so many things, so many aspects of it that were innovative, like Who's on First, which was an Abbott and Costello joke. I did that in a few different ways. So I did spins on it, but I kind of made it urban and made it speak to us, so to speak. So, with so many different aspects of it. And then it infused music, original music and poetry into the prose, plus the use of the song lyrics. I felt like, wow, it's so innovative, but if I'm waiting forever to get this book published, it's not going to be innovative anymore. Somebody else is going to come up possibly with the same idea, and it's going to seem flat or seem like somebody else did it first.
Yeah.
So at the time, or around that time, I had also served as director of publications for a not-for-profit, which was Cultivating Our Sisterhood International Association, which was a women's social support organization. And it was led and founded by a marvelous woman by the name of Lois Reddick. And Lois was the sweetest woman in the world, but when it came to her nonprofit, she ran that like an army general, and she wanted every detail perfect. So even though it was a volunteer position, the challenge of it was meeting Lois's standard, and it was a fight not to quit.
Sound like it.
It was so rigid.
Yeah.
It was a challenge not to quit, but in sticking to it, I got better. It was like my own skills sharpened. So after like about 2 years, I was accepted to be a 2 years of not being picked up by a mainstream publisher. I was accepted to the Center for Black Literature's North Country Institute and Retreat for Writers of Color, where I studied under Bernice McFadden. And I have realized in that setting that, I was director of publications. I had the skills to publish. I was director of publications for a not-for-profit. We had a high-quality newsletter. We had an editorial team. And then I was able to work with the writers that were working with us. And I was able to edit their content, pass it on, edit their content to magazine quality content when they were not writers per se, but experts in their own individual fields. So I was taking the content from experts, making it magazine quality, and then passing it on to a copy editing team that was like spot on.
Yeah.
So me having that experience of the whole cycle of production, I was like, well, what am I waiting for? I'm waiting for the money so that I can have money for a marketing budget. But also at the same time, I was writing press releases for blackpr.com and doing press kits for different organizations, complete press kits. So I was like, well, it seems like I have the whole skill set myself to just kind of do this myself.
Yeah.
So, just based on the encouragement from Miss Bernice McFadden, from Miss Miriam Kelly Ferguson, from everyone in my workshop, from Kim, April, everyone in the workshop, I decided to take that on myself and just do the darn thing. And honestly, I overspent in the sense that with anything trial and error, especially when you're starting from scratch, you're buying the start from scratch stuff like computer, software, and all of the stuff that you need, you're buying straight from zero, and you're making this thing happen. And I funded the whole thing myself on a shoestring budget from, paying my editor an installment to reaching out to find a sketch artist to design the images for my original cover.
Wow.
So, and then I went in and I did it as artistically as I possibly could so that it could compare to anything that's on the shelf of Barnes & Noble or any bookstore. And I put my foot in it, as we say. I did the best that I could, and it took off in the sense that within the first few months of me publishing, I won an award from the NAACP. Right? And they gave me the Literary Game Changer Award for fiction.
Yes, Game Changer, love it.
Yeah, and that made me. It was the NYCHA branch, which is the New York City Housing Authority branch of the NAACP, which really spoke to me because I was from NYCHA Housing, and it was endorsed by Nikki Giovanni, who sent me a postcard saying, "Imagine my pleasure and surprise when I get to page 140 and saw me. Love changes is wonderful, perfect for the beach. When I sit in the sun, I read." Ms. Nikki Giovanni, and that was my postcard. And it also received it was recommended summer read by the New York Amsterdam News.
Wow.
It won top 50 sexy story. It won reader's favorite silver medal in urban fiction, and it won several top 25 countdowns. So, it was a labor of love. And I had one friend that used to say, "How much did it cost you to self-publish?" And I was so embarrassed to mention how much money this book cost me. I'm paying for licensing, permissions, I'm paying for editing, copy editing, proofreading, press release distribution.
Wow.
I paid the artist. I paid the artist to do the sketch art for the original cover, just for audiences to say, it looks what she say? It looked makeshift or something, or it looked like it looked like a template, she said. And I was like, okay, well, now I have to do something different. So I even had to get a different design for the cover to help it sell, because now it was not just about the writing, it was about connecting the book itself to audiences.
Yeah.
So that first one is always going to cost you more because you're learning and you're making investments. And when you're making investments without being advised exactly which investments to make and which investments actually work, it's like you're throwing money in the air hoping some will fall back in the bucket.
Yes.
So that was what my experience was with Love Changes. But with Love Changes, it was like everything that I could possibly do to make it the best work that I could possibly make it, I put in there. It was, like they say, blood, sweat, and prayers. It was all in there.
Wow. Amazing story. Even though you felt like you were on the back end with the publishing companies during that time of waiting, it was meant for you to start your own business so you can do what you need to do and let people know, hey, I can do this. This is my book. Here it is. I put in the blood, sweat, tears to make it happen. And that's just so amazing. It just shows how determined you are. So that's absolutely an amazing story. And congratulations to you.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so
You're
much.
welcome.
And the benefit of independently publishing was that I got to do it my way, and it got to hold its own integrity. And I didn't have to be told what to do or how to do it or what could not be in the work. Every decision I was made with Love Changes was a decision I made myself. And for that, I'm really, really proud.
Absolutely, as you should, as you should. Amazing, an amazing title, because Love Changes, and also you made a change in yourself and how you were able just to come up and make it happen for yourself. So that's a big change.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, so we'll do one last question here. What do you do? I think this is a great one. What do you do when you encounter writer's block?
Okay. Now the funny thing about it is that I'm an artist, I'm a writer, but I'm also into like digital designs. So sometimes I'll do like an image or work on a book cover or do something in the visual art space to sort of free up or cleanse my palette from the writing. So digital arts and, Adobe, that allows me to kind of focus on the visual and create, different visual images. But circling back, as a writer, one thing I've learned, and I didn't even realize this as much until recently. I used to say, walk with a stack of index cards because the ideas always seem to hit you when you're away from your computer.
That's good.
So it's like I love what fascinates me. So if I'm walking down the street and something fascinates me, I'll write a few lines or a few words to remind me of why, and then I'll circle back to my laptop and I'll draw from that pile of index cards, and like one sentence would usually spawn a paragraph. right? So, that's one way. Another way was The Artist's Way by Julia Cameron, which was like it's a book which is like a 12-step recovery program for all artists, especially writers who want to kind of tap into their creative flow. And she has exercises enough to last like 12 weeks to help you grow and connect to yourself artistically. So The Artist's Way was one of my favorite books on craft. So I would either do exercises from The Artist's Way, or I would read a book on the craft, or focus on an area where I'm weak, in the sense that I used to be extremely strong. I'm still extremely strong in dialogue because I always loved dialogue. So understanding that I was strong in dialogue and not so strong on the visuals when it came to my writing, I would read authors who were impeccable at exposition, at the visuals, at description, at setting, at landscape. And I would, like Terry McMillan, Waiting to Exhale, I love how she does landscape. James Lee Burke, I love how he draws a scene from the elements and the props and the fallout from the actions. He allows you to see all the different elements of how something is happening, and he brings it into such a crisp, sharp visual because he's throwing sand and dust and scents and smells and odors and sounds, and everything is so visual because you get a whole experience. So James Lee Burke, I pick up authors like Terry McMillan, James Lee Burke, Alice Walker, and then I look at how they do things, and I let that sit with me, and then remember that I'm telling this story from the perspective of an educated person who's from the hood, and I just sort of allow myself to be influenced by all these different elements of other writers.
It's so amazing. That's some good tips, great tips. I like the index card one. Absolutely amazing. I absolutely enjoyed our fireside chat and just getting to know you and your business and how you just propelled and moved forward. It's just so inspiring. So genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Carl. Believe it.
You too. Thank you. Black Business Expo. Mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpo.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's on the screen below, which is going to be $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund. We want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors for March 2024. NC 100, Moody Capital, Partners Today Soul, Lotus Ritchie Coaching and Training, the Hello LLC, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Barbara H. Smith LLC, Margie McLean Foundation Inc., Genius is Common, 5-Star BDM Media, Earth Essentials, Malene Shania Global, Executive Woman Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Super Women Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Artistic App Design, Black Business Expo USA, Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a...
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090